gentlemen, as you complete your practice, I just want to reiterate one more time that when you do start bowling, whoever you designated as your leadoff bowler must bowl first. And if you're unsure of who it is, we've got the board in the banquet room to let you know what position you're bowling. Once again, very important that if you are the first bowler, you always bowl first. Thanks. Once again, bowlers, as you complete your practice, please step back so that we know all the practice is completing. Another announcement as we finish up, do keep in mind that Angry Brothers does have breakfast specials, and I heard some people on 24 had some phenomenal egg sandwiches. So breakfast specials for $10, please see at the bar, you can order. As well, they have their full menu available. once again, I do appreciate everyone coming out here on a snowy weekend day. Even though entries are down, thank you to the 41 teams that are here, and whatever we need to do, we'll do better next year to get it done. I have no other announcements. The lanes has a full staff here for ball calls, for score corrections, for any other questions you have. We have the bars and the restaurants available. Everybody, please start up, have a good time, and bowl well.
All right, and with the announcements from Tournament Director Michael James, we are underway here at the 2025 edition of the Heartland Doubles. We will get you full player introductions. We have most of our pairs in coverage today. We're using a couple of pairs. If you've never been to the lanes on 20, it's a pretty unique house, as it has a 12-lane section, then a runway that goes to the back of the center, and then a 24-lane section. So we're covering everything in the 24-lane section. Here on the Strike Central feed and all of our pair feeds. So you have the option once again to watch all the pairs in play. You see all the links in the description of the video you're watching if you're watching the Strike Central feed. And then the way I like to tell people to watch is, you know, double tab, open up, right click any of those other pair feeds. So if you want to follow your favorite player all the way through the day, you're going to be able to do that by moving on the pair feeds. But keep us on here in the Strike Central feed. That way we have the audio for you with commentary and such. I'm $2 Phil Brylow. Rogue Foppe will be joining me in a few moments in the booth as well. We'll talk a little bit about the pattern that's out here. As soon as we get the finalized roster from the tournament office, we'll get you player introductions as well, so you can find where your favorite player is here. And if you want to watch them all morning, feel free. We're just glad to be able to bring you this coverage. And as you see, our big live stream sponsor today is H5G Brands, the big tournament yesterday up at Sussex Bowl. $7,500 in first place prize money went to Team Top Notch. Ryan Zagar, Matt Gasson bowling this morning, part of that championship team. It was nice to see Jesse Buss back out on the lanes too. First time I met Jesse was back in my extra frame days when he was bowling out on the PBA Tour. Such a great physical game for Buss. And he was rolling it well for Team Top Notch yesterday as they took down the $75 first place prize. $2,500 on top for our winning team today. Another presenting sponsor this morning for your live streaming viewing pleasure is Lando's Pro Shop right here inside the lanes on 20. Want to thank Kevin Landerman for the sponsorship of the live stream today. As you see, Amber Gerke with the cover. We'll make you through the all 24 lanes we're covering here on the high end and player introductions. Like you said, we had some limited roster changes. Of course, Wisconsin weather in the winter. Sometimes travel gets a little goofy. Lucky for us, one of the sponsors of the tournament proper was the Sure Stay by Best Western that's right next door to the lanes on 20. So if you're ever thinking about having an event at the lanes on 20 and you got some people coming in from out of town, they can just walk right across the parking lot if the weather's nice and take care of business that way. basics on your lane pattern today. And if you go to the 2025 Heartland Doubles Facebook page, they're going to be updating scoring and information all day on that Facebook page as well. And you can see a copy of the pattern that's in play here inside the lanes on 20. It's a 43-foot long pattern. It has 34.35 milliliters of oil, 25 to the front, 8 to the reverse. And Rogue, you were at the H5G team shootout yesterday in Sussex, and it was a little less in volume there, but the ratios were different. It was about half and half forward reverse. This is about 2/3 of the volume, actually more than almost 3/4 of the volume in the forward oil pattern, forward run of this pattern, and then the remaining 9 milliliters or so in the reverse. So as bowlers migrated yesterday when it was half and half, they didn't have to make big moves left, did they, as the day went on?
No. Many of the bowlers ended up by like lane 35, 40 towards like the championship match, but during most of qualifying, everyone stayed pretty much in the center of the lane.
By the time it got to the match play rounds, the Baker match play rounds, and the step ladder, was there any lofting of the left gutter by right-handers?
I saw one or two. McCune was the only one that comes to mind who was really doing it, and he was doing it by end of qualifying because he put himself in a bigger, cleaner ball. But otherwise, no one was really lofting. It was just set it down, keep it in the head oil.
Okay. So it's going to be pretty interesting because it's only 5 games, but there's 6 bowlers on a pair. Yesterday we had 10 on a pair, 5-player teams. Only 5 games qualifying here. So 6 times 5 is 30 games. Yesterday during the team standard portion before they got to Baker, 30 games as well. So one would think we might see a little more movement left with not as much in the reverse part of the pattern that creates the hold. We could see some players loft in the left gutter by the time we get to game 5. I think,
definitely.
This morning.
I see most of the players right now starting off with a lot of surface up 5 on the outside. So as soon as that line starts to go for them, I immediately expect like a 2 zone change left. Like, it's going to be a big jump for a lot of these players, and there's already a lot of urethane as well. I've seen a bunch of purple hammers coming out, especially from the lefties. Saw someone sanding theirs with 180 and 500. I was like, good gosh. So, yeah.
Dust being made this morning,
Yeah.
I guess would be the word. Well, I'll just take a quick walk around the concourse, waiting on the official roster assignments. Yeah, I don't see any big strings starting. I mean, yesterday we had some fireworks at Sussex early with 3 bowlers that had chances to get 300 games in game 1. Stephanie Schwartz ended up with an 800 series after it was all said and done. And Matt Hibbard did get his perfect game in that opening game yesterday. No chance for perfection here anymore as our leadoff bowler on 23 and 24, front 5. And then the single pin spare. couple bowlers here on 25 and 26. I know a lot of people will know with Landon Jordan and Cam Crow. Wasn't for the spectacular year that Ryan Barnes had on the PBA Tour. Cam Crow was in one of those runnings for Rookie of the Year, so that's going to be definitely one of the teams you're going to want to keep an eye on this weekend. Andre Rax, Dondre Cockeringham. A couple of great players in the Milwaukee area. As you see Dondre getting ready to step up here on lane 27. Let's keep moving along here. Get our bowlers starting off the day. It's 29-32. We've got 3 pairs in play that are not in camera coverage, but you'll see everybody pretty much 4 of the 5 games. So if you have a favorite player that you haven't seen yet in the stream this morning, they'll get there over the next couple of games. As you see, Chad Kloss coming off the lanes after firing a strike. He has a solid game going. Teamed up with Will Welch this morning. You see Kevin Meyer. Kevin, proprietor of Country Lanes in Franklin. All the great stuff we've done by him between Brew City Bowling Show episodes and that great Summer Sweeper series that American Place Casino sponsored. That was fun putting that finals on TV. With Michael Mueller taking down the $1,000 top prize. I mean, that was some great weekly payoffs on just a $30 entry. And then pile on some added money between all the free play that American Place Casino added, along with the $1,000 first place prize that was put up by Country Lanes. And that was 15 fun weeks of summer competition. Kevin coming back for a thumb injury. He was out of the action for about 6 to 7 weeks before starting to fire again about 3 weeks ago. Great 270 game. Game in the 270s by Chad Kloss. Will Welch. Seeing if he can pile on. I'm sorry, 220 game for Kloss. Welch looking to get in the 190s of the full ride. All right. Rogue Foppe was out watching Jerry Mars take the lanes. Jerry, let's go back over to 25 and 6, 27 and 28. Mars on 27 and 8. And what's Jerry been seeing out there so far from your chat with him?
There's a lot of oil right now, and considering that they were only allowed 4 shots on each lane, they weren't really able to break down any spot yet.
Okay.
So right now, from watching him bowl and talking with him, just surface, he's throwing the Ion Max right now up the outside, trying to just keep it nice and smooth in. However, there is a little hang spot, I'd say probably around like board 5 through like 3 down lane where a lot of bowlers are trying to hit, and it's just not turning. There's been some split leaves, some weird single pin carry. Just overall a little weird hang spot. It's slowly breaking in.
Yeah, and when it's a flatter pair like this, because it's a 2.4 to 1 ratio from the outside 4 boards of the lane measured to the middle 4 boards of the lane, and the volume, it's going to take a little bit of time to develop, but by the time it develops, you're moving to your next pair after game 1. So,
but people with the best looks also are the ones giving it Still a straight up shot, but just a little bit of angle.
Yep.
There's a lot of bowlers, and you'll see a few of them on 27, 28 trying to play up 5, and the ball's just not coming back enough. They're
Okay.
leaving washouts. 27, it happened. He left the 1-2-8. Ball's just not wanting to turn if you're trying to go 2 straight. You got to give it that little bit of angle to stay in the oil a little longer, preserve some of its energy for down lane.
So is the rule of 31, which in this case, 43 minus 31 is 12th board. That's not really currently the desired breakpoint board for a lot of players, is it?
No, and a lot of people who are, even if with the part of the lane they're playing, get it in just a little bit, that ball's jumping left, taking off.
So definitely very touchy.
Very
definitely
touchy.
Over under.
And it's looking like a little bit softer hand is the way to go.
Okay.
Trying to wheel it a little too hard, putting a little too many revs. Ball's just not having anything left when it hits the pins.
Righty v lefty. Do you see any lefties really tearing it up out there right now? I mean, we took a peek at Cameron Crowe on 25 and 6, and Cam put up a 220 with a blow there in the 9th frame.
Lefties, I think, are going to start running into a little bit more issues just because they're not going to have people. I haven't seen as many of them today as there were yesterday, but they're not going to be able to break it down as quickly. Cam is being very smart with his purple hammer, very much light of hand at the release. That's why he was able to string so many along. But from what I have seen, because they're trying to go a little bit straighter at it, ball's just not wanting to turn sometimes.
Okay. So we're going to get player movement going here. We've got one pair that got a little bit behind because of a breakdown. So we're going to focus. We'll stay with that pair. We'll go back to 29 through 32 on that coverage as they'll be doing a little catch-up after a first frame breakdown. But Scott Venny on top of things here, master mechanic, got a pretty severe problem fixed real quickly, and definitely upholding his reputation as a great mechanic this morning. It's one of those problems that can't see it until it breaks.
Those are the best.
Yeah, those are
They're
always the best.
so fun.
So you're going to have player movement after each game. So she's Rogue Foppe. I'm $2 Phil. And game 2 of 5, this Heartland doubles. Coming to you from the lanes on 20. Also want to thank our sponsor, H5G Brands. They've got some great gear for you and the official merchandiser of the PBA Tour. Plus, one other thing to keep in mind, that Christmas order, if you're looking to get something for your family, especially a custom designed jersey, that order needs to be placed by tomorrow to guarantee delivery by Christmas Eve. Otherwise, you might just end up with a temporary card under the tree. So don't waste any time going to h5gbrands.com, getting that done. Be bold, be creative, be awesome for your family. Get a family member a new H5G branded jersey today. And the lanes on 20 and Lando's Pro Shop. Check out what's going on for specials with Kevin Landerman at Lando's Pro Shop right here inside the lanes on 20. Game 2 of 5 games of qualifying coming up next.
All right, and we are back for game 2 of qualifying here at the Heartland doubles. Got our roster sheet so we can start going through introductions of all the amazing players here today bowling at lanes. So starting off on 35-36, Up right now on 35, we have Amber Gerke. Her partner, Robert Poschel. On the pair with them, pardon me, I'm looking at a very weird graph to try to figure it out now that we are on game 2. On 36 with them, we got Travis Jackson, Delbert Richards. Also on lane 35, we have Tyler Hirth and McGuire Hanch. Moving on over to 33 and 34. We have Alex Peglow, Peyton Nebeck. Angel Feliciano and Isaiah Gonzalez. On lane 34, we have David Brown and Jaden Kenny. Moving on down a few pairs, we have 29 through 32. Starting on lane 29 and working our way up. We have Whitney Morse, Lauren Crawford, Dylan Schaefer, and Matt Duty. On lane 30, we have Wade Bissick, Michael Schmidt, lane 31, we have Dan Malicki and Ryan Jastroch. Lane 32, we got Cam Crow and Landon Jordan. Moving on 25 through 28. Beautiful strike there by Matt Hibbard. Shot 300 yesterday at the H5G team shootout. '25, we have Steve Fisher, David Cole, Dan Williams, and Scott Helm. Lane 26, we have Ryan Schutmer and Austin L. On 27, we have Brandon Charney, Nicholas With, Dick Gopel, and Ken Duffield. Lane 28, we have Billy and Matt Hibbard. Next up, we have 21 through 24. Starting off with the athletes on 21. We have Dondry Cockram, Andre Rax, Dan Marazzo, and Jerry Mars. Jerry Mars, one of the players to shoot 800 yesterday at the H5G team shootout. On 22, we have Jake Harrison and Brendan Hull. Lane 23, we have Chad Kloss, William Welch, Scott McDougall, and Kevin Meyer. And on lane 24, we have Colin Smith and Tristan Albrecht. (17 through 20). We have Chris Hill, Kevin Landreman, Steve Matilla, and Matt Spanos. Lane 18, we have Zach Vasey and Justin Smith. Lane 19, we have Theron Mitchell Jr., Jacob Hubbs, Dave Lebinsky, and Brian Thompson. And on lane 20, not lane 20, yep. I had read through all the names already, it's my bad. Still a pretty early morning for us over here in Racine. (13 through 16 now. Starting off with lane 13. We have Dean Filtz, Nick Rossendich, Eric Pollock, and Alec Keplinger. On lane 14, we have Jim Schroeder and Alyssa Pearson. 15, we have Jim Hintz, Jeremy Kenyon, Jeff Snell, and Brad Snell. And on lane 16, we have Justin Cluanon and Max Sloan. A lot of talented bowlers in the field today. Here for the Heartland doubles. Some players that I had missed, and that is on me, is Stephanie Schwartz, another one of the amazing bowlers yesterday who shot 800 at the H5G team shootout. So we will stick on this camera for a little bit as we have both Jerry and Stephanie on this feed. Good example there on 21 how touchy this pattern is. Getting the ball in just a little bit is causing people to jump through the nose.
Pretty tucked in down there, but still.
Players are moving swiftly along today as we are about at the halfway point here in Game 2 of qualifying. Good messenger hit on the 10 pin there on 22. Just like yesterday, there have been a lot of 10 pins being left. Beautiful mixer strike there for Stephanie. To answer a question that was in the chat, the lighting is a little bit darker in here. There are not full LED panels that you might have in normal bowling centers. There are just little overhead lights in the bowlers area.
Okay, it's basically a lot of can lighting in the center, so there's a lot of centers that are the same way. They don't really, for some reason, the lanes are a lot brighter than the approaches are, and unfortunately, we just don't have, honestly, first of all, the resource. We have the resources, but to get enough time to come in and string up extra lights from the ceiling, and that it's just not time. It's just not cost effective. We try to keep these as reasonable as we can for the cost of the streaming for tournaments and bowling centers and that type of thing, and you know, for what we'd have to honestly pay for a lighting crew to come in with ladders and string things along the ceiling and that type of thing. It would be cost prohibitive, and then we wouldn't be able to bring you the action we are bringing today. So, yeah, it's just the thing with the center. Unfortunately, it's a little dark in the approaches, and I tried opening up the irises the other day, and it just doesn't look good because it's so bright down lane and so dark up lane that if I make it with the cameras and make some adjustments where you can actually read bowlers' names on the approach and that type of thing before they get to the foul line, everything would be washed out at the end of the lane. So unfortunately, just something that all our viewers today will have to deal with. So keep it short, sweet, and simple. It's the ambience of the center. We can't change it, and we're going to leave it the way the lanes on 20 normally has how their bowling center it looks. I mean, you're here in person, you can see the names. It's a little dark, but the human eye can adjust to things a little bit better than irises on cameras can. So I hope that answered your question. We'd love to be able to do it like TV lighting and stuff like that, but you can't light 24 lanes at a time. When we do TV at Bruce City Bowling Show, we're lighting 4 lanes at a time. So it's easy to have everything when we're on TV look much brighter and consistent front to back than it is when we go to a lot of bowling centers. Even Sussex Bowl yesterday, it was a little dark, but they were also much brighter throughout the entire center. They have LED fixtures. Our friends at Country Lanes, I talked about Kevin Meyer a little bit earlier, and Kevin just installed new LED lighting all through his bowling center. I mean, it is, if he wants it to be daylight in there to clear out the bar at 2 a.m., it's daylight in there. So, yeah, it's a little dark. Unfortunately, that's the way it is to make the pins and make the down lane ball action look best. We got to go with the ambient lighting in the center. So appreciate you watching, and hopefully that answered your question. Thanks, Rogue.
If you do know someone bowling today and you want to know what lane they are on, I have all the lane assignments here. I can pull it up for all of 5 games of qualifying, and I can let you know which stream to jump to if you would like to watch the individual streams to see a specific bowler. They're about the halfway point right now. We do have quite a few strings of strikes going on, so we will start jumping around a little bit here just to give some of these athletes a spotlight here to show off the talent. Right now on lane 22, the second bowler has the front 5. Over here in front of me, lane 26, bowler also has the front 5 as well. We really do appreciate all these bowlers still coming out today for the Heartland Doubles tournament. Up here in Wisconsin, we had quite a few inches of snow accumulate overnight, made travel a little bit difficult. Center staff got here early and had the parking lot being plowed and the sidewalk snow blowed and shoveled. So we really do appreciate all the hard work of the staff here and for the bowlers still making the trip out. Going back to talk about the pattern a little bit, the pattern overall is a heavier oil pattern than what we saw yesterday at the H5G tournament, but due to the lighterness of the reverse block of the pattern, we are going to see a lot more transition sooner than we did yesterday at the H5G team shootout. Transition is definitely showing here, especially on the feed we're watching, hence all of these single pin leaves and the weird splits. A little hang spot is starting to develop on the outside more, while trying to move along in. Ball is starting to jump off the back end a little bit for these players. Ball change there for Jerry Mars. Going to take a quick look over at one of our bowlers who is on the front 5 right now. And a perfect example of that hang spot developing up on the outside. Beautiful pickup over there on lane 25. Great messenger by Matt right there on 27. Those are definitely going to be key along with making the spares. Brendan Hole here on 21-22 is the last bowler in the field right now for game 2 to have the front 5. Name of the game today is definitely going to be having a strong mental game and just being able to stick to a plan. Spares are going to start becoming more and more important as transition hits, as this is a little bit more of a difficult pattern. Stephanie Schwartz finding another strike to close out for a 2-14 there. Brendan Hull up on 21 right now. Working off of the front 6. Ball a little high, leaves the 3-9.
Somebody's going for the back of left. Somebody could have just stepped up. I would have had. It was the most miserable drive of my life.
Going to take a look on over to 19 and 20. We have Jacob Hubbs going up for the back string of strikes right now. And a 10 pin. Beautiful strike right there by Tristan on lane 20. Take a look back over on 27 and 28. The Hibbert brothers putting up a decent set this game. Matt has definitely found his groove again from yesterday. Beautiful mixer there by Billy. Mixers are not a bad thing today. A lot of people might view a mixer as the ball's not getting there enough, but nothing is wrong with that, especially on a tougher shot like this. Beautiful strike. We are getting ready to head on over into game 3 out of 5 for qualifying here at the 2025 Heartland doubles here at the lanes on 20. And once again, remember folks, if you have a bowler you are looking to find to watch today, we do have the individual feeds up that you can find in the description of the video or as well as the Facebook page. If you would like to know as well, I have the lane assignments right here in front of me. You can ask me or Phil Brylow when we switch off where a bowler might be on next. So we will be back shortly for game 3.
You're right there. Okay. So you still got 60% of your day left.
All right, once again, bowler movement happening between games 2 and 3. They're going to be moving pairs every game. So just to give you an idea about where players are going to end up here. The players you see right now on 25 and 27, they're going to move down to lane 19 and 21 respectively. So they're dropping down 6 lanes. Your players on 28 and 30 are moving up to 34 and 36, so they're moving up 6 lanes respectively. So if you're watching other tabs, I'll keep you assigned here in the Strike Central feed. Just basically, if they're on an odd lane, drop them 6 lanes left for your next lane starting number. If they're on a right lane, add 6 lanes for the next lane starting number. As Ken Duffield makes a recovery off the ball in the ditch. The man nicknamed Dirty doing some gutter dusting. First ball of the 10th frame. Once again, we want to thank to the lanes on 20 for hosting this morning. We also want to thank our live stream sponsors. There you see H5G on our score and Game Bugs all day long. They are our biggest contributor to our live streaming efforts today. I want to thank Cassie Hanen and her great staff at H5G for all the support they give us, not just here on our live streaming locally, but also on our PBA regional live streaming and on our Brew City Bowling Show as well. And we also want to thank Kevin Landerman and Lando's Pro Shop inside the lanes on 20. Check out their holiday specials. You can check out the Lando's Pro Shop page on Facebook as well. I'm $2 Phil Brylow taking you through Game 3 momentarily once we get done with player movement. And Rogue Foppe, we're going to give Rogue the game off. She'll be back with me in game number 4 as we work our way through 5 games of qualifying. All right. We'll have scoring updates for you here after game 2 once we get all the scores calculated, verified, re-verified by our great tournament staff. Glenn Schwant handling all kinds of stuff today. Michael James doing it as well, keeping the bowlers straight out of the lanes. Glenn, how many hundreds of brackets are there for the singles part of this event? But it's in the hundreds. Yeah, and the doubles will probably be over 100 as well. Yeah, Glenn's a little cross-eyed right now from doing all the brackets and making sure all the numbers that are entered for entries are 100% perfect. Man does a great job. He's done the brackets for a few years now for this event and really keeps things going. And they've moved to the digital age, too. It's beautiful. He's got a big screen TV, and he'll have standings and bracket alive and all that other fun stuff on there so the bowlers don't have to stroll all the way back to the tournament office to look, because bowlers are curious people. They want to know how much of their hard-earned money is still in play. And you can't blame them. You can't blame them one bit. So, yeah, Glenn's definitely moved this tournament from the print age to the digital age. Of course, the print age, just got to give, Doug Schmidt started this tournament decades ago, over 30 years ago, when it was the 10-pin Journal doubles and then became the Midwest Championship doubles, and now it's the Heartland doubles as it's made its way through various stages of its existence. So here on 13 and 14, on lane 13, you've got two pairs of bowlers on your scoreboard there, with Theron Mitchell Jr. and Jacob Hubbs, your bowler A's and double A, Dave Lubinsky, Brian Thompson, your B and double B. And on lane 14, you've got Travis Jackson and Delbert Richards, your C and double C, respectively. On 15 and 16, Dondre Cockerham, and Andre Rax are your A and double A. Dan Marazzo, Jerry Mars, your B and double B. And Dave Bears, Chad Moss, your C double C on lane 16. Once again, it's a divergent move for all your players. So if a player started the game, won today on the left lane, they're moving to the left every game by 3 pairs of lanes. And we're going all the way down to 9 and 10, so we have a couple of pairs, 9, 10, 11, 12, that are not on camera. So you'll see most players 4 or 5 games today. Some players you'll see all 5 games of qualifying on all of our pair feeds. Once again, thanks to 10 on the Deck on Productions and all the support of our great sponsors, we're able to bring you almost every pair in play, in coverage. There might be some live streamers out there doing their doubles tournaments over the rest of the holiday season that might have 3 or 4 or 5 pairs in play. Yeah, we got a dozen pairs in play. We pride ourselves on our technology we use here at 10 on the Deck Productions. And we pride ourselves on the pace of commentary as well. Sometimes we just like letting the action breathe. People can see when a strike's a strike and an open's an open. And myself and the co-captain today, Rogue Foppe, taking you through all 5 games of qualifying. After the qualifying's done, our number 1 and number 2 qualifiers are going to get a little bit of a break as they will be exempted from match play. And they will be seated into the number 1 and number 2 positions in the step ladder. The step ladder is both bowlers bowl a single game, total up those totals, highest doubles total moves on, or in the case of the match against the number 1 seed, will become champion and take home $2,200 for their efforts today. The teams that finish 3rd through 10th in the qualifying, as our pay ratio is a 1-in-4 ratio with 41 teams bowling. Those 8 remaining teams will be seeded into a pair of 4-team pods. Pinfall will drop for those pods, and the teams will bowl 3 games of round-robin match play. And then what will happen is, in those pods, as we said, round robin match play, no position round, bonus pins for each win by the team. And the winners from Pod A and Pod B will advance into the number 3 and number 4 spots in the stepladder. Higher pinfall of those 2 pod winners will be the 3 seed. That would leave the lower pod winner in pinfall in the number 4 seed, and then the wild card, highest remaining pinfall of the teams not winning the pod, so obviously that would be second place in either Pod A or Pod B, will get the 5th and final spot in that stepladder. Once again, that stepladder, both bowlers bowl a single standard 10-frame game. No Baker bowling here at all for the Heartland doubles. As Kevin Meyer looks for another piece of equipment. How's the day going so far? Still trying to figure it out into game 3. That's never a good sign. Unless you have a partner that's doing really, really well. So we'll get you the scoring update. There's a couple of pairs that just finished and are just getting into the first frame of their 3rd qualifying game. But to let you know, after the first game, let you know the scoring pace, basically. Our leaders were at plus 78, so it's definitely going to be a bit of a grind out here today. And the 10th place team, that would be the last place to average, to advance, to match play, finished at plus 25, or a 425 team total. Let's take a peek on the high end up here with a man who had a perfect game yesterday on our live stream from the H5G team shootout at Sussex Bowl, Game 1, Matt Hibbard. Hibbard on 33 and 34. Hibbard bowling with his brother Matt.
Ball change into a strike.
All right, we just got the report from Kevin Meyer. The ball change did result in a strike, so we'll go peeking on him in a little while. So Hibbard 1 and Hibbard 2 are your C and double C respectively on your scoreboard on 34. On lane 33, Gene Pawlowski, Tyler Brendan, your A and double A. Carl Anderson, Craig Hull, your B and double B. Next door on 35 and 36. Dean Phillips, Nick Rosendich, your A and double A. Eric Pollock, Alec Keplinger, PBA Tour professional. Bowling is your B and double B. One PBA player is allowed per team, so Pollock, obviously that would make him the amateur on the team. Wade Bissick and Michael Schmidt are your C and double C on 35 and 36. See if Phillips can keep the dream of a perfect game alive. Yes, it's early. Yes, he's only on a 3-bagger. Gil, thanks for letting me know. I'm taking a look right now, and I see 29 to 32 on 29 to 32. So you may want to take another peek at that. (21 to 24). Let me check that feed as well for you. That's 21 to 24. So you may just need to refresh your browser. It forces us to use entirely separate 20-digit codes for sending each feed out to YouTube. So and it'll give us a warning if we duplicate. So just refresh your browser page and take another peek, and you should be okay with looking in on 29 to 32. Because that's what I am showing right now on my browser in Master Control. So sometimes YouTube, once we get it to them, can get a little quirky. But yeah, usually just a browser refresh handles that. Let me know if that doesn't work, Gail, and maybe we can find you a workaround. But it's looking good from the end we're sending to YouTube right now. Thanks for letting me know, though. It's one of the great things why we have the chat. People have questions. If you have any questions about the Heartland doubles event, you can drop them in the chat. Now, after our 5 games of qualifying are complete here, we will end all the streams because it's going to take a little while with 41 teams to verify all the scores, make sure we have our correct top 10 in place when they advance to match play. So we're going to end the streams, and there's going to be a new set of streams starting for our match play round, and you'll see those on the 10 on the deck page as well. If you haven't already followed us with 10 on the deck, do so on YouTube, because in that way, if you get your notifications every time we go live, then you'll know once we take that break between qualifying and match play, you'll get that notification, hey, 10 on the deck's live, and you can join us for the match play round. All right, Gail, thanks for letting me know again. It's a Facebook link, so apparently I had a little cut-paste issue. We'll work on that right now for you, get that fixed. So many little different pieces of the mechanism. That I can cut and paste wrong. So thanks for letting me know about that. We'll get that fixed ASAP. And I will double check everything for the match play rounds as well. So I take a quick walk down to see what our bowlers are doing up on the pairs we don't have in coverage with 9 through 12. Landon Jordan had a nice start, had the front 6 before going through the face and leaving the 3, 4, 6, 7, 10. So we'll see if he and Cam Crow can keep working their way through. All right, Gil, thanks for that help there. The 29-32 on the Facebook link now goes to the correct page. And Michael James is through the standings after 2 games on my desk. Let's take a peek at who is firing away well. Your leaders at plus 166 are Kyle Zagar and Riley Smith. We'll peek in on them momentarily. As they are down at 31 and 32, right next door to Hibbert and Company here. So we'll take a peek in on 31-32 on Zagar of the Kyle variety and Riley Smith. There are your bowlers B and double B. So there you see Smith with the 10 pin. And we'll also get over shortly next door on 27 and 28. As Peyton Naback on the front 8. So when the tall drink of water with Naback steps up for his 9th frame, we'll pop on over. Second place, Bears and Moss, previous winners of this event, plus 130. Hibbard, Billy and Matt, plus 115 in 3rd. Snell and Snell, Jeff and Brad, plus 79 in 4th. Maliki Jastrak, plus 77 in 5th. Hill Landerman, 59 over. Gaston and Zagar of the Ryan variety, 56 over in 7th. Eric Pollock, Alec Keplinger, we saw them a few minutes ago, in 8th, plus 54. Dundry Cockerham, Andre Rax in 9th at plus 43. Theron Mitchell Jr. and Jacob Hubbs in 10th at plus 42. Clausen Welch just 2 out. Hirth and Hatch at 8 out. Smith and Albrecht 10 out. So lots of teams still close in the standings as everybody's trying to chase down that $2,200 first place prize today. There you see Hanch and Hurst talking things over as they're wrapping up this 3rd qualifying game. All right, we're going to get over to the Naback after this toss by Hanch. As there you see Naback, big, tall lefty out of the Waukesha area, looking for the front 9. Urethane up the outside boards, gets them all to go. So our first bid at perfection, getting into the 10th frame today, is coming to you from the man who can look eye to eye in our cameras. This morning. And a big game going on as well on the pair. As Jake Harrison, possible 279, needs to get his teammate to throw a few here to get in the deuce with Brendan Hall. Hall had a good run in game 2. Had the front 7. Over on the other side of the steel beams. And once again, I want to thank H5G Brands for providing the support for our live streaming today. I also want to thank Lando's Pro Shop right here inside the lanes on 20. Some great holiday specials going on. Next time you're in the building, or check out the Lando's Pro Shop Facebook page and get you and your bowling friends already with Christmas presents under the tree from Lando's Pro Shop. One of those games where one partner dominating the scoring column here. As Alex Peglow gets the trip on the 2-pin, so Peglow can get the 184, but his partner Nabeck can put 300 on the board. If they can make that happen, get the plus 84 this game, they can turn their day around a bit. They're currently in 19th place at plus 5 after 2 games. Peglow leading the pace with plus 20, where Nabeck's had some struggles, to minus 15. And wrap 10 for 183. Peglow. Let's see what Nabeck can do here in the 10th. I love it. Nabeck changed his cover page yesterday to a shot of him staring right into one of our cameras at Sussex Bowl. Number 10 in a row for Nabeck. Yesterday, his team at the H5G team shootout finished in 4th place overall. They made match play and fell a bit short. In match play, qualified 1 after the 3 team games and 8 Baker games, but just could not get a run together. in the match play portion of the tournament, missing the step ladder by a few sticks. Let's see an excellent 11th in a row for Nabeck. There we go, 4 kicks to 7. And his reward, if he shoots 300, is staying alive in the game 3, 4, 5 brackets, for sure. Winning some brackets if he survived with his first 2 games of 203 and 182. And a hearty handshake from our tournament director, Michael James. And this should build some momentum for Nabeck and Peglow the rest of the day. As we mentioned, they were in 19th at +5, but this should easily vault them into the top 10, as it was just +42 in 10th place. How about it? There you go. Ho hum, just another normal 300 for Peyton Nabeck. Comes back to a bunch of high fives and a big smile, because not only does that add to the 300 total for the career for Nabeck, it keeps he and his partner running up the leaderboard. Once again, players are moving 3 pairs to the right or left. If they started on the left lane, or you see the scoreboard on the left lane right now, they're going to be moving 3 pairs to the left. If they're on a right lane, you're going to be moving 3 pairs to the right. So your player movement and your 4th of 5 qualifying games coming up to you next for the 2025 Heartland Doubles from the lanes on 20 in Racine, Wisconsin. Thanks everybody for joining us today on 10 of the Deck Productions YouTube channel. Last time I had that happen was when Tony Romatini was running for 900 series 25 years ago, 26 years ago. The whole house stopped.
They said Benny would do it, but we gotta have something at the bar.
They didn't have anything over there. I do the sugar-free stuff.
We'll start with Madison Bears here. They were sitting in second after 2 games. We'll get you a 3-game scoring update shortly. Madison Bears are at plus 130. Kyle Zagar, Riley Smith were leaders at 166. They're going to be over on 25 and 26 once they get fired up and underway. We'll get you over there about the second framer, so we'll stay here momentarily. Once again, all pairs in play available to you on the 10 Productions YouTube page. You've got all the links in the description of the video below you're watching. If you're watching as full screen on your TV, you'll have to back out to the 10 on the Deck page and come back in. Appreciate everybody that's watching this morning. Know a lot of you are bouncing in and out with other things on a Sunday. Appreciate you taking the time with us. We'll be going all the way through to the step ladder this afternoon. And with that step ladder final, our top 5 teams will be blowing out for the $22 in first place prize money. And if you missed that step ladder live, I know some of you are going to choose to watch the border battle between the green and gold and the dark blue and orange. You'll be able to catch the archive here on the 10 on the Deck Productions YouTube channel. See who takes home the $2,200 once we're all done with the day today. Your other bowlers here on 21 and 22. You got Barris and Moss in your C position. Peglow and Naback are your A and double A. Naback just coming off his perfect game in Game 3. Feliciano Gonzalez, your B and double B on 21. Next door on 23 and 24. Hirsch and Hansch are your A. Gerke Peschel, your B. Gasson and Zagar of the Ryan variety, your C and double C. Well, it's at least 13 in a row for Naback. As that team trying to make the charge up the leaderboard. They should be in the top 10. We'll get you the scoring update once it comes out of the tournament office. Great toss there by Gasson. After the first 2 games, Gasson and Zagar of the Ryan variety were sitting in 7th position. Zagar won this event for a couple years in a row when this tournament was at New Berlin Bowl. Kyle Zagar bowling with Riley Smith this time around. Wow, there's one you don't see every day, the old 2-7-10. Oh, he didn't even get the 8 out either, the 2-8-7-10. We're going to check the Heartland doubles lifetime standings here, and I don't believe anyone's ever left a 2-7-8-10 before. We definitely haven't seen it converted. So this should be interesting. A little bit of a backup ball. Oh, almost! I would have chopped that out and thrown that all over the social media world if he would have picked that one up. Had the pin rattle up the gutter. That's the best part about live streaming. You can catch something unusual like that and then just feed it everywhere. So we either need another good spare conversion or a bowler punching another bowler on the approach. And that'll be, yeah, that'll get some social media likes on this tournament. I know some bowlers that would like to punch other bowlers that are in the field. We won't go into detail. I know some commentators that wouldn't mind punching a bowler or two in the field, but that's another detail we won't get into. And it's not Rogue punching anybody, trust me. So, Rogue, she's a very non-violent person. So Bears with the spares, Bears and Moss try to keep themselves. It's very important, boy. In past years, it really didn't matter if you qualified first or you qualified for the last pod spot because pinfall was dropped after our 5 qualifying games, and everybody was seated into pods. This year, with the rule change, a little smaller field than past years, and I like the rule change. There's something to go for in qualifying. It's not like they're running bracket. It's not like bowlers are going to lose on any side action during match play because there is none. You know, it's just going to be 8 teams advancing to match play, and your number 1 and number 2 seeds are seated in those positions for the step ladder. I love that rule. We used to use it all the time at the Motion Plus tournaments when we were on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel and Spectrum Sports in Milwaukee, were the top seed in those events we ran there. We automatically made them the number 1 seed on the TV show. Sure, they have to wait a while. May have been a few barley pops down by the teams while they're sitting at the bar waiting a couple hours for match play to get done and their match in the step ladder. But we gave them pairs to practice on and stay loose on at the beginning of the TV taping. Never really bothered anybody. And honestly, we had more top seeds win in that format than lose. So well done to the tournament staff here making that decision with seeding the number 1 and number 2 teams in those spots after qualifying. I like that adoption of that rule. I don't think they'll make it permanent, but I like the adoption of that rule. Really get something to shoot for in this 5-game qualifying round. And because if you think about it, you can be the number 3 seed in qualifying. Your pinfall is going to drop. You're seeding a pod. You have a crappy match play round since pinfall and carryover, and you're out of the step ladder. So qualifying even more importance than normal here in the Heartland doubles. right. So, Rogue, I was just talking about the qualifying rule, obviously, with the number 1, number 2 seeds automatically making the stepladder finals. You like that rule? Okay, whether you like the rule or not, you're probably going to have about 2 hours from when you're done qualifying for the 1 or 2 seed until you're going to step back into tournament competition. What would you do for those 2 hours to make sure that you're not just maybe staying physically loose, but also staying mentally focused? Is it easy to drop down and be normal and chat with friends and that kind of thing, and then bring the competition level back up for yourself?
Personally, for me, I have exercise bands that I keep in my bag from one of my sponsors, and a little like grip trainer strengthener tool.
Okay.
That now that it's colder out, I use it beforehand to get like my blood flowing in my hand to get it to swell up a little bit from all the cold. I'd probably be walking around with my bands and that going to keep my hand from shrinking or swelling up too much. Get a bite to eat, keep the energy up, the fuel up. Just something to keep moving, because the worst thing to do is to just go stagnant.
Yeah, I think I like the thing with keeping your energy up, making sure you have enough nutrition running through your body so you don't all of a sudden go through like a sugar crash or a sugar rush, kind of keep everything kind of level, just have a nice leisurely meal. So, they have NFL football on the TVs here right now, and there's a snowstorm in Buffalo. As the game's going on, it looks like they got a couple inches on the field. Reminds me of the ice bowling up in Sheboygan. Back in the days when we would do the TV coverage of the Sean
You
Unum
can't
Memorial
even see the Bengals with their white jerseys on.
Yeah,
you just see the helmets.
Yeah, good thing you got the orange helmets to pick up your receiver downfield. So, yeah, ice bowling was always fun. They take a hockey rink up in Sheboygan and they turn it into 18 regulation size bowling lanes. And it's a great fundraiser for the youth hockey programs up in Sheboygan. And they always had the same weekend, they had the Sean Unum Memorial. So the pros that would be in town, like Parker Bowen, Rhino Page, DeAndre Beatty, Keith Yonan would take them over to try ice bowling. And the looks on their faces were hilarious. And they have big old railroad ties that denote the lanes.
Mm-hmm.
There's a rubber mat in front of the foul line so that way when the ball hits, it doesn't crack the ice. And but watching, Rhino Page took his own bowling ball there, and he tried to hook it, and it just went dead straight. So you try to use the rails to help get some angle on the bowling ball.
New variation of the Peterson.
Yeah, and well, here's the thing. You only bowl 4. It's like the Bruce Lee Bowling Show. You only bowl 4 frames in the Sheboygan ice bowling, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. And it's so hard to get strikes. If you get a perfect game, you get a new car. If you get 6 strikes in a row, you get a new car. And in the 30-some years they've done the ice bowling, it's only been won twice. And one year, and I can't remember which pro was there, but it wasn't the pro that shot, but somebody on the same squad, because they have squad times because everybody kind of bowls at the same time. Somebody on the same squad as the pro had the front 5 and then left an 8-pin on the final shot. That kept them from the new car.
Oh my God!
They won something pretty good too for the 5-0. I think they won like an 85-inch TV or something like that. But it wasn't a new car.
Still,
yeah,
I don't know what would be better. Like thinking about the $7,500 yesterday for the first place, or a new car.
Right. Right. I mean, if you think about it, let's take the lane here and oil it as heavy as you can all the way through the pin deck.
Yeah.
And even with that, your bowling ball will probably still get, because the oil gives, so the ball will get through a little bit. And it might hook a half a board or a border. If you put enough surface on it, it might hook. It's not hooking on the ice. So,
That's insane.
Yeah, it's pretty neat.
That is so insane.
I tell everybody, if you're, it's usually the second or third weekend of March. And if you get a chance to do it just once in your life, do it. And
you might win a car.
You might win a car, but you're going to have a lot of fun. And they have a big stage and bands playing at the same time and stuff, so it's pretty fun to do. I did it once. I had 60 something. I had 3 spares and a strike, or 3 spares and an open. So
that's just insane.
Yeah, ice bowling. Yeah, it's fun.
I thought Peyton was.
Let's get you your 3-game scoring update. And we have you with the leaders with Riley Smith and Zagar of the Kyle variety at plus 217. Riley Smith having a heck of a day. 761 for his first 3 games, and games of 259, 256, 246. Zagar at plus 56. All games over 200, but not putting up the numbers his teammate is. Bears and Moss, we'll peek in on them again shortly. They're over on 21 and 22. Pretty balanced team effort at plus 188. Bears with 704, Moss 684. Team Hibbard, they got some work to do. They're 50 behind Bears and Moss. Billy Hibbard at 608. Matt Hibbard 730 for the front 3. And as we mentioned a little while ago with the format of this tournament, it's a big difference between second and third because you finish second, that's guaranteed. The worst you're going to do is third place money today because you're automatically going to be seated in the stepladder in second, and third place money is $1,100. 3 seed, you could have a bad time in match play and walk out with 500. So yeah, there's a big difference in the prize money being locked into that stepladder of what you're taking home. Snell squared, Jeff and Brad at plus 120 in fourth. Dylan Schaefer, Matt Duty. Big game in game 3. Schaefer 239, Duty 245 to get the plus 111 in fifth. Matt Gass and Ryan Zagar in sixth at plus 99. Alex Peglow, Peyton Naback moved from 19th to 7th thanks to Naback's 300 game in game 3. They're at plus 88. Eric Pollock, Alec Keplinger in 8th at plus 70. Keplinger making up most of that plus at plus 69 of the 70. 9th place, Chris Hill, Kevin Landerman at plus 69. Landerman under, Hill at plus 87. And the last team to advance, Theron Mitchell Jr. and Jacob Hubbs, if we would have ended after 3 games, they would have plus 60 in 10th. Once again, another unbalanced effort as Hubbs making up plus 86 of that total. And there's some teams right on the tail of Mitchell and Hubbs. Hirth and Hanch at plus 56. Klaus Welch plus 54. Chulinan Sloan plus 47. Maliki Jastrak plus 43. Crow and Jordan of the Landon variety at plus 42. And Marazzo Mars, Harrison Hall plus 32. So if you're Zagar of the Kyle variety, like you see here, you got some room for some mistakes, but looking at some of the lefties, I know here, other than Naback's big game, I mean, Naback only had 203, 182 before that. Zagar, as we mentioned, just plus 56. Brad Snell just 1 over for 3. Pollock +1 for that lefty-righty team with him and Keplinger. So, yeah, not exactly any type of lefty dominance out here. We mentioned Cam Crow bowling at Landon Jordan. Crow's the only one that's really knocking a ton down from the left side, +83 for Cam Crow. And we mentioned Nabak +85, but he got 100 of that last game. Going to check back in with Barris and Moss. They're your bowler C's there. Looks like we're having some struggles from Barris as he's got back-to-back-to-back opens on the board, just 73 in the sixth for a team that's currently in second. We said how important those 1 and 2 positions are in qualifying. And now we're going to get a deadwood clear here by Moss. Because I'll tell you what, in qualifying, there's only 2 exciting things in qualifying. One is the perfect game, and the other is a deadwood clear. Let's see what kind of form Moss. Oh, he's going to go opposite hand. He's going full opposite hand on the deadwood clear. Is that a full finger? It's a full grip, too. Usually Moss, more of the 2-finger variety when he goes opposite hand. Clear deadwood. Look at that. Textbook form. Just the right amount of speed to not bounce the pin out of the gutter, and that is a PBA professional type deadwood clear by Chad Moss. He's been there before. He knows how to handle the situation. Doesn't look like we got any big strings this game. We'll get the official word here from Rogue Foppe. Rogue, you see any? Yeah, the head shake as she just took the grand tour of the 28 lanes in play of tournament competition. We have 24 of those lanes for you in the live stream. Once again, after we're done with Game 5, we're going to cut the field down to our top 10. That's going to have match play for 8 of those 10 teams. That match play will all be happening on the lanes from 13 through 24, so they'll be bouncing around between pairs. We'll have full coverage for you. That'll be new streams for match play, so once we're done with Game 5, we'll end these qualifying streams. So, as I mentioned earlier, if you haven't already started following and subscribe to 10 on the Deck Productions here on YouTube, do that so that way you get the notifications of when we go live, not just with this event, but with any of the great events we do in Wisconsin and the Midwest. Here we go here. Check. There we go. Now we're back. We've got a little dry in the bowling center today, and we're somehow managing even on a tile floor to get some static electricity. That's causing some headset fun. I may have to shave my beard off between blocks. I had my microphone touch my beard, and I shocked myself. So apologies to all our viewers for the occasional clicking of my microphone. We'll work to get that fixed. So Barras stops the bleeding with a strike in the 7th. Peglow is still struggling. Nabeck, it's all or nothing for the last 16 frames for him, at least for the 10 frames last game. It was all strikes. This time, 2 opens offsetting a double and 2 other strikes as they're trying to hold on to a So one final game of qualifying remaining after player movement. Once again, if their player is on a left lane, they're going to end up moving 3 pairs to the left for their final game. If the player, their scoreboard's on the right lane, if they're C or double C, they are going to move 3 pairs to the right. And after that 5th and final game of qualifying, we will cut to our top 10 teams. Teams 1 and 2 will get a bye into the stepladder finals. The other 8 teams will battle for the remaining 3 spots. And we want to thank our friends here for the live stream sponsorship with H5G. If you want to get your favorite bowler their own custom jersey and have it designed and shipped to them before Christmas, you need to do that by the end of business tomorrow. Otherwise, there's always gift cards available right on the H5G Brands website. Get your favorite player a gift card they can use for not just custom jerseys, but they can also do matching slacks, matching skirts for the ladies. Or you can get any of the great PBA swag available on the website, as H5G Brands is the official merchandiser of the PBA Tour. Thanks to Cassie Haanen and her great staff for the continued support of 10 on the Deck live streaming. And we also want to thank Lando's Pro Shop right here inside the lanes on 20. Stop in, check out all the new releases, get your bowler a new ball for Christmas, whether you buy the ball and put it under the tree or get him a gift card from Lando's Pro Shop right here inside the lanes on 20. Thanks, Kevin Landerman, for the support. Hopefully Kevin gets a strong finish, he and his teammate. Chris Hill currently sitting in 9th, so maybe we'll see Kevin in match play. So your player movement and our 5th and final qualifying game coming up next. Here from the lanes on 20, the 2025 edition of the Heartland Doubles rolls on. Hi, Rogue.
Hi.
How are you?
Good.
She's Rogue Foppe. I'm $2 Phil Brylow. She'll get a nickname someday on these 10 on the deck live streams, but it's gonna
Has to come naturally.
it has to come naturally.
There'll be a comment made one day and it'll just stick.
Yeah, somebody's boyfriend who finally watched the stream today shouldn't be making nickname suggestions in the chat. Hi, Donnie.
I'm so glad
I
he's
bet-
driving home right now, so
I was
I'm
gonna
so
say
glad.
I know he's not watching, so see, there's a way to make this happen. As Hibbard of the Matt variety finds a little trouble here early on in Game 5 of qualifying. They're the team that was on the outside of the top two looking in third with Hibbard and Hibbard. Ralph, I know you're watching. I hope the back's healing up. I was talking to your wife, Danielle. Glad you got to see number 2's 300 yesterday from Sussex Bowl for the live stream for the H5G team tournament. We were talking off air. I was talking a little bit earlier about how important the number 2 seed is, and we talked a little bit about whether, what to do if you're the 1 or 2 seed, where you're probably going to have 2 hours to kill before you hit the lanes at a minimum again. And you brought up a good point of, is it better to be in the top 2, or do you want to keep bowling and be 3rd through 10th? Now, I don't think anybody's going to purposely throw off to be in that particular spot. I mean, the teams that are like 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, after the first 3 games of qualifying, they only had 60 to 80 pin advantages over the cut number in 10th. So you can't throw off and then all of a sudden other teams get hot and all of a sudden you're on the outside looking in, you're not even getting a check. But what's some of the points you're thinking of about, do you want to be 2nd or do you want to be 3rd or 4th or 5th or whatever and keep bowling? I mean, what ran through your mind when you thought of that?
Well, because sometimes, I know I'll have days where the more I keep bowling, the more, the better I get, the looser you get. So, yeah, while waiting around the 2 hours, but, continuing bowling, you can get tired. Waiting around the 2 hours, you get tired. No matter what, both have wins, both have loses to them. They're both pros and cons.
Well, and here's one thing. I was talking to the Hall of Fame mother of the Hibbard brothers, Danielle, and she goes, what are the lanes going to do during that time frame?
Yeah.
Well, one thing to keep in mind is that we're going to have match play happening on lanes 13 through 24. So on the left side of our steel framework here in the building. Step ladder is going to be on the right side of that steel framework. Appears to be determined yet, but somewhere between 27 and 36 is the plan for the step ladder. So those pairs are just going to be sitting for 2 hours.
Yeah.
With that pattern out there, still there's no rear oil at all. So they won't be touched, but as we know, lane patterns flatten out. Oil is a liquid. Oil is affected by gravity. They'll flatten out even more just sitting there as compared to how they're going to keep getting torn up, chewed up, changed by the bowling balls going down the lane during match play.
It's a gambling situation of which way do you want to bet on this.
Right.
And
so,
also you take the risk if you decide, if hypothetically someone decided they're going into Game 5 and they're 1st or 2nd and they're like, all right, let's kind of get an idea to see what's an out of range and stuff, just enough to drop them down into the 3rd through 10th spot.
Yeah.
So they can keep up with the transition and see how stuff is transitioning, but then at the same time you risk not getting enough pins during that time too and could drop yourself out more. It's no matter what, it's a win-loss.
Right. I mean, and look at it this way too. I mean, as we mentioned earlier, if you're the number 2 seed, you get that bye all the way in the step ladder. The worst you're going to finish is 3rd. It's $1,100. It's $550 a guy. Okay. If you finish 3rd and you have a terrible match play round and you finish anywhere 6th through 10th, that's only $500. I mean, that's a $250 a guy to $550 a guy. It's a $300. Are you willing to take a $300 risk in guaranteed money?
Yeah.
To go, okay, well, let's get in the match play. Let's keep seeing how the lanes keep changing, because one would think from the beginning of match play through the end of match play, the transition would be similar to what is going to happen on these step ladder pairs down here. And every pair for the step ladder is going to be on a different pair every game of the step ladder. So it's not like somebody can be the 5 seed or the 4 seed, sit, watch the changes, and climb the ladder on a pair. They're going to have to climb the ladder bouncing pair to pair to pair all the way through. So, yeah, it's a tough call between, what do we do here? Okay, we finish first or second. Okay, now we got to sit around and do whatever. Or third, hey, you keep bowling, but now you're risking having a terrible match play round and going from guaranteed. I mean, you're the number 1 seed. You're second place. The worst you're going to walk out of here with is $1,400, $700 a guy. Yeah, it's a tough call. It really is. I like I said, from the experience I've had when we had TV shows back where we had the 1 seed automatically make the step ladder after qualifying, where everybody else had to battle out. That had the 1 seed won more often than not. So even with the sitting around and that type of thing. But also then when we did the TV shows were back on fresh before the first step ladder match. So many variables in the sport of bowling that can either breed success or cause failure.
This is when it becomes the 90% mental, 10% physical of, okay, how do we want to do this?
And especially now with these oil patterns being so chewed up from pair to pair to pair. I mean, we don't see anybody really lofting the right gutter yet, but we're seeing shots that get leaked a little right. They're just staying there. We see the super washout conversion there by Robbie Peschel, but you make that leak right, it goes, and the instant you started a hair left in the front part of the lane, it's grabbing early friction.
And it's also thinking about those in the top 10 right now. Some of them bowled all day yesterday through to the step ladder.
Yeah.
How much are they going to be tired still from that?
Oh, absolutely. The mental grind there. Sure, it finished early enough that they could go home and have a celebratory beverage or two and still get a good night's sleep. But everybody had to leave early to get down here this morning because there were 4 or 5 inches of snow all around southeastern Wisconsin, down into northern Illinois. So all the bowlers that are here, they had to take extra time to travel here this morning. So everybody's alarm got set a little earlier. Not us. We were smart. We stayed at the hotel next door.
Yeah.
Just had to dust off the car, make a U-turn, and we're here.
Yeah. Is Matt and Ryan in cut?
Matt and Gaston and Zagar?
Yeah.
They were they were 6th after 3. We're waiting on the 4-game update.
Well, they're still going strong this game, and, I mean, after the little slip and fall Matt took last night, he's still going strong.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
Black ice will get you.
So the single pin there for Hibbert of the Billy variety, trying to offset his brother's slow start. His brother went open spare, open strike. So we should have Matt Gaston stepping up momentarily. There we go. Stepping up on the left side of your screen, lane 29. He's your bowler C, your double C, Ryan Zagar on the front 5. Zagar's had some good weeks recently, along with Gasson, as they took down the top spot yesterday in the H5G team shootout. The weekend before at the River Classic High Roller Squad, top notch during qualifying, took over the lead for the $20,000 in first place money in that event. That event running through December 28th. December 28th is a sellout. December 27th almost sold out. So if you're looking to get your chance at that $20,000 first place prize with your 5-player team, get all the tournament information. It's at classic.riverwi.com. And you'll see leaderboards. You'll see your opportunity to sign up for the tournament, get your roster all set, pay for the tournament, and make sure you have your spot held. $20,000, a lot of money for a 5-player team for a 3-game event. And then after we had the 3 games of the River Classic, we took the top 2 teams that qualified. We had a little extra high roller money that Top Notch took home over Team H5G. Bowlers headquarters just on the outside looking in after that. But all 3 of those teams in the top 5 overall in the standings at the moment. And you only have a few more weekends, 3 more weekends as a matter of fact, to get your chance. And as we said, that weekend of 26, 27, 28, it's almost a sellout. So you're looking at either have to bowl next weekend or the weekend before Christmas to get your chance at that $20,000. And they made the announcement they're already coming back next year. They already have the $20,000 guaranteed by their sponsor. And it's a handicap tournament. You can take your team of five friends, get up there, do some bowling. Doesn't matter what your average is. It's handicapped at 80% of an 1,100 team total. No give back if you are over the 1,100 number, but the number that Top Notch put up was only 33.66. So if you think about that, it's only 66 over what's set as par for the tournament with the handicap. So you get a bunch of 200 average players coming at 1,100, you get your 80 pins a game, and you shoot 3150 scratch, add your 240 pins to that, 3390. There you go. So don't need to be a ton over your average right now to get your chance at that 20 grand. Oh, we got a front six for Zagar. Let's stay here. As soon as we get a score update, we'll give that to you. Ryan Zagar, front 8, not the first time we've seen that over the years between. See, first time I met Ryan, he was 14 years old. It was 2008. Yeah, he just turned 30 or 31. So, yeah, he was 14 years old. It was 2008. He was at Castle Lanes nearby here in Racine, and we had a youth challenge tournament. We had TV finals. And that was back in the day when you could be youth till you were 21. And so we'd let, obviously, we didn't cut off at U18 or anything back in the day. With 21, he was bowling a freshman in college, Tyler Schmitz, who was on the first team from UW Whitewater that ever made the ITCs, the national championships back in 2008. And Zagar and Schmitz won. They battled in the step-ladder match, and they tied. And single ball roll-offs, and it went 3 frames. And on the third extra ball roll-off, Ryan got quick and he airmailed it and didn't hit the head pin. Schmitz got 9, and then okay, and Ryan took it a little tough. He's 14, but instead of just throwing his stuff around and packing it up and leaving, he went. He got a lane while we were turning down. He got a lane 5-6 lanes away from where we were turning down the TV set, and he just started practicing. And he kept practicing, and he practiced the shot he wanted to make for. And that's when you see a kid that's 14 years old doing that, you go, this kid's gonna be special as he makes his way through college and high school, and multiple time high school team champion in the state of Wisconsin. One time with his brother Kyle as well on that same team. ITC title with Robert Morris back in the early 20 teens as well. And pretty solid amateur career. He had a PBA card for a while, but I think he's dropped that. And still hit some regionals here or there as a non-member. But he's just one of those kids that you just watch him throw the ball to this day, and you just go, wow. It's like Jesse Buss yesterday. Like, I only got to see him for a game in person, but you just go, wow. The physical game's there. What is keeping that bowler from being a superstar, to be honest, So we're having a little issue with the scoring updates right now. 213 is leading, so that would still be Zagar and Smith. Zagar of the Kyle variety. And Riley Smith. Bears and Moss would have dropped out of the top 2. So now it's just a matter of what's it going to take to make 10th place. 10th place after 4 games we know is at plus 69. So after so it went from 25 to the plus in game 1 to 42. So it went up 17 pins between games 1 and 2. Between games 2 and 3, it went up 18 pins. So it's been pretty consistent. But now it only went up 9 pins. So something tells me if you're in that plus 40 to plus 70 range, you're going to need a decent game. And if you're at plus 70 to plus 120, you're sweating a little bit. So let's see what Gasson can do here. Come on, skid mark. Oh, leaves the 4-pin. Well, actually, if you slide on ice, you don't leave a skid mark. Well, on the snow on top.
Yeah.
Because you could see the snow come out from under his shoe last time when he took a tumble getting out of his haircut home. But he put it on Facebook. Everybody can see it. We're just bringing the fact up.
It was karma for making fun of Melissa, he said.
So something tells me he may be investing in some heated driveway coils in the future or something, or automatic rock salt applicator.
Are heated driveways a thing?
Oh yeah, they make coil. If you go to some cities up in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, they actually have coils like electric coils in the concrete, so it melts the snow as it hits. Oh yeah.
That's ingenious.
So Lambeau Field is notorious for having electric coils under the field, so it melts the snow. So even if it snowed a couple inches this morning, they would have turned the coils on overnight. When the Packers and Bear games is on later on, there won't be any snow on the field.
I have a
Because
Bears hoodie with me. I'm debating on putting it on when the game comes on, but I'm scared being up here in Wisconsin.
No, you're fine. This area is where it starts to blend a little bit. You get to Racine and Kenosha. Like, you get to Kenosha, there's a lot of Bears fans in Kenosha. It's no different than the Cubs as well. So, hey, why don't you give us a rundown of the top 10, and then we'll see what teams might be close here.
So after game 4, first place at plus 213, Kyle Zagar and Riley Smith. Second place, plus 192, David Bears and Chad Moss. Third at plus 161, Dylan Schaefer and Matt Duty. Fourth place, as Phil said earlier, Snell Squared. Fifth place at 146, Billy and Matt Hibbard. Sixth place, Cam Crow and Landon Jordan at plus 145.
What did they have in game 4? They made a nice move.
Game 4, they went 258, 245.
Yeah, there you go, plus 100. So yeah, they weren't even on the first page.
Landon made a good ball change or zone change or both.
Yeah.
Seventh at plus 139, Eric Pollock, Alec Keplinger. Eighth at plus 72, Theron Mitchell Jr. and Jacob Hubbs. Ninth plus 70, Chris Hill, Kevin Landerman. 10th at plus 69, Matt Gazin and Ryan Zagar.
Okay, so they are coming through with a huge game here, being the cut number.
And it's close too, because 11th was plus 68. There was 1 pin difference between 10th and 11th.
All right, what's the difference between 5th and 11th right now, on your quick math skills?
5th is plus 146, 11th is plus 68. So you're looking at
80 pins or so. Okay,
yeah.
so that's not a lot either. That's a team that's in 5th place right now. I mean, you throw $180, you might get past, especially with the game that Zagar of the Ryan variety and Gasson have going. I mean, Zagar looking to be perfect in the 10th frame. Great game to do it. And Gasson can still get himself into the 230 range. So you get 130 on top of that. They might not make the top 2, but they're definitely going to make match play.
Yeah, between 12th through 8th, there was less than 10 pins dividing all of them.
Yeah. You mentioned Matt Duty and his teammate having up in the top 5. What was their game for? They made a big move as well.
213, 237.
Okay, so they made a bit of a move there. I wonder if they had a... Yeah, because I'm looking at game 3, and I don't even see them in the top 10 last time around. So they made a nice little move as well. Who's the team in 11th?
11th is Chad Kloss and William Welch.
Okay, let's see if we can find where they're at. Because we know they're going to be, probably odds are, they're going to be behind. Of course, when we have the scores in our hands, everybody wants to know what they are. I mean, they got them posted a couple places in the building.
We need a confidential folder to just like, we don't have it.
Welch and Kloss are on 33 and 34. Let's take a peek in just to see what their score is, as they are your A pairing and not a great game. They're clean. Just one double between the two, though, so they're definitely in danger staying on the outside looking in. We're going to stick here, obviously following a bid for perfection with Ryan Zagar.
Perfect place for a split. Gazin finishing with a 2:34 to end game 5. Ryan will be stepping up on lane 29. He is the front 9 right now. And a 10 pin. It's still a 500 set.
Yeah, definitely securing them in our match play round. Once again, remind everybody that's watching now, we're going to end all the streams here once we're done with this 5th game, as it's going to take a little while to get into match play mode here. They're going to verify all the tournament scores, along with making sure we're positioned correctly for those match play rounds. So make sure you either keep us on the 10 of the Deck YouTube page on your browser when we go live, or hey, just subscribe, and every time we go live you'll get notified, and then you can rejoin us. I'm thinking probably about a half hour between the end of this particular game and the start of match play.
$279 for Ryan.
So yeah, we'll definitely see Zagar and Gasson. We'll see both Zagars. Most likely we'll see both Hibbards if they hold on. They had a little bit of a backslide in game 4. I think they're... Let's go down to the Gasson. Let's see. There's Kyle Zagar, I believe. Yeah, that's Kyle Zagar stepping up. Here you're being double B there on your scoreboards. There's Matt Hibbard. So Billy put up 225. Matt working on an open to get 2-0. They're kind of in a dicey situation here. And whoa, and that's going to be in the 180s, so they're going to be basically even. That could be the end of the day. That could be a big fall backwards for the Hibbards, going from 3rd place after 3 to out of the number and out of a cashing position. So this will end the audio portion of your programming for the qualifying of the 2025 Heartland Doubles. Want to thank our sponsors with H5G Brands. Check them out during the break, h5g.com. Get that gift card for your bowling friend or family member so they can get some PBA swag or order jerseys or accessories for themselves. And we want to thank Lando's Pro Shop here inside the lanes on 20. Check them out on Facebook for all their holiday specials. Stopping, see the latest and greatest new releases from all bowling ball companies there inside of Lando's Pro Shop. She's Rogue Foppe. I'm $2 Phil. We'll see you back here in about 35 minutes.
Players, once again, thank you for competing in the first annual Heartland Doubles Tournament. I'd like to thank again our sponsors, H5G, the Pro Shop here at the Lanes. I'd like to thank $2 Phil and 10 on Deck Productions. We're going to tally up the scores and hopefully within about 10-15 minutes have the cut line and the pods ready. Until then, as 30 of your teams do wrap up and etc., and we're doing a last call for the 50-50. I'm standing near the Pro Shop next to lane 13. Feel free to buy any more cards at $10 each. And in about 5 minutes, I will draw the winner.